Hey guys, tonight we're diving into a story that starts with a god, but not just any god. Imagine, if you will, the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of deep violet and fiery orange over ancient Greece. You're standing among olive groves, the air thick with the scent of thyme and distant wood smoke. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, carrying the faint melancholic notes of a lyre played somewhere far off. Now, picture a deity, not on a gilded throne, but lounging by a quiet stream, a half-empty goblet of ambrosia beside him. This isn't Zeus, thundering about. It's Dionysus, god of wine, revelry, madness, and liberation. And tonight, for the first time in what feels like an eternity, his usual boisterous laughter is conspicuously absent. You find Dionysus in an unusual state, a somber mood clinging to him like morning mist. It's a stark contrast to his typical persona, the one you usually associate with riotous feasts, wild dances, and ecstatic abandonment that sweeps through his followers. Usually, he's the life of the party, a walking, talking celebration. But lately, a peculiar quiet has settled over him. You see it in the way his brow is furrowed, in the distant look in his eyes as he stares at his own reflection in the water. He's not just bored, he's contemplating. And for a god whose very essence is joy and intoxication, contemplation usually means something's truly amiss in the cosmic scheme of things. He's been observing humanity, his beloved mortals, the very beings he's blessed with the grape's sweet nectar and the liberating pulse of music. He's given them a means to forget their woes, to dance away their sorrows, to find a temporary escape in the dizzying embrace of his revels. Yet, despite his generous gifts, a pervasive sadness, a quiet desperation, seems to be seeping into their very souls. It's not the fleeting sadness of a lost love or a bad harvest. It's something deeper, a chronic ache that even the strongest vintage can't quite numb. You probably won't survive this existential dread if you keep dwelling on it. But don't worry, Dionysus is on the case. He watches a group of villagers returning from the fields, their shoulders stooped not just from labor, but from an invisible weight. He sees mothers sighing over their children, young lovers with eyes full of unspoken anxieties, and old men whose faces are etched with more than just the passage of time. His heart, if gods have such things in the mortal sense, feels a pang. He's the god of merriment. But what good is merriment if it only papers over a fundamental sorrow? He's given them wine to forget, but perhaps what they truly need isn't forgetfulness, but understanding. Historians still argue whether divine empathy is a true emotion or merely a reflection of cosmic balance. But whatever it is, Dionysus feels it keenly tonight. This growing melancholy among mortals is a curious thing. It's not like they're suffering from a plague or famine. Those are mere trifles that can be drowned in enough wine and song. No, this sadness is subtler, more insidious. It's the kind that creeps in when the music stops, when the last drop of wine is consumed, when the revelers finally collapse from exhaustion. It's the quiet dread that awaits them when they wake up the next morning, facing the same old problems, the same unchanging routines, the same internal struggles. It's like they're stuck in a loop, try to escape their own thoughts, but always finding themselves back at square one, like trying to outrun your own shadow. Dionysus sighs, a sound that doesn't quite carry on the breeze, but you sense its weight. He considers his options. More wine? No, that's just a temporary fix, like putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg. More dancing? Again, fleeting. He needs something that goes deeper, something that addresses the root of this pervasive human sadness. He needs a way for mortals to confront their feelings, to process their experiences, to understand the intricate tapestry of their own lives and the lives of others, without getting completely overwhelmed by it. He needs something that makes them feel connected, not just in shared revelry, but in shared humanity. And he started to think that perhaps, just perhaps, the answer isn't in forgetting, but in remembering, in reliving, in showing. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me where you're listening from in the comments and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. He lifts his goblet, swirling the last few drops, but his mind is miles away, already concocting a divine plan, a truly audacious one, to bring a new kind of liberation to humanity. A liberation not from their bodies or their inhibitions, but from the quiet despair that clings to their souls. A liberation through stories. The air around Dionysus still hums with the unspoken question of human suffering, even as he watches a group of mortal women gather flowers nearby, their laughter brittle, almost forced. You observe this pervasive human melancholy, a quiet undercurrent beneath the surface of their daily lives. It's a strange thing, isn't it? Like a beautiful tapestry with a thread of sorrow woven intricately throughout, only visible if you look closely enough. Even their most joyous festivals, those very revels Dionysus himself inspired, seem to offer only temporary respite, a fleeting distraction from the ever-present ache. You see it in their eyes, a certain weariness that no amount of sleep seems to cure. It's a weariness not just of the body from tending fields or raising families, but of the spirit. They go through the motions, performing their duties, offering their sacrifices, but there's a hollowness that even the richest wines and the most vibrant dances can't quite fill. It's like trying to fill a leaky bucket. No matter how much water you pour in, it never stays full for long. This particular kind of human sadness isn't the dramatic, wailing grief of loss that you can openly mourn. No, this is a quiet, internal kind, the kind that whispers to you in the dead of night, reminding you of unfulfilled dreams, unspoken regrets, and the sheer relentless grind of existence. Historians still argue whether this pervasive melancholy was a unique feature of ancient Greek life or a universal human condition amplified by the times. But for Dionysus, it was a tangible weight in the air. He watched as a young shepherd boy, sitting alone on a hill, playing a mournful tune on his pipes. The boy has everything he needs: healthy sheep, a clear sky, food in his satchel. Yet the melody speaks of profound loneliness. Dionysus muses that perhaps the very act of living, with all its responsibilities and expectations, grinds down the human spirit. It's a bit like being stuck in traffic on the way to a party. You know the fun is ahead, but the journey itself can be soul crushing. He's given them freedom from inhibition, but not freedom from themselves. The god recalls how he first brought the gift of wine, thinking it would be the ultimate balm. He'd seen its immediate effects. Frowns turned to smiles, stiff limbs loosened into dance, cautious whispers erupted into joyous shouts. For a time, it worked. The festivals in his honor became legendary, a kaleidoscope of color, sound, and unbridled emotion. Maenads swirling in a frenzy, satyrs capering with mischievous glee, mortals losing themselves in the rhythm of the earth. But when the morning came and the effects of the wine wore off, the same old worries, often magnified by a slight hangover, would return. It was like painting over a crack in the wall. It looks good for a bit, but the structural flaw is still there, isn't it? Dionysus, ever the innovator, understood that true liberation wasn't about forgetting reality, but about transforming one's relationship with it. He noticed something peculiar during his revels. Sometimes, in the midst of most intense ecstasy, a mortal will begin to act out a story. Perhaps it was a retelling of a myth, or an exaggerated account of a hunting trip, or even an impromptu impersonation of a grumpy neighbor. These spontaneous performances, however crude, seemed to captivate the other revelers. For a fleeting moment, their own anxieties would recede as they became engrossed in someone else's narrative. It was a subtle, quirky tidbit he hadn't fully appreciated before. The human fascination with witnessing stories unfold, even if badly acted. He remembers an old woman, usually burdened by chronic aches and worries about her meager harvest, who once spontaneously started mimicking the strut of a pompous merchant she'd encountered. The other villagers, usually respectful and quiet around her, erupted in genuine laughter, a sound far more robust than their usual polite chuckles. And for those precious few minutes, the old woman seemed to shed her own burdens, embodying another's, and in doing so, found a peculiar kind of lightness. It wasn't the lightness of intoxication, but something else entirely. It was a shared experience, a collective release. This observation, this flicker of an idea, began to take root in Dionysus' mind. If temporary imitation could bring such a brief, potent joy, what if it were refined? What if it were structured? What if it could offer not just laughter, but profound understanding, even catharsis? He wasn't thinking of a simple party trick. With the weight of human melancholy pressing on his divine mind, Dionysus, usually the picture of boisterous exuberance, grew restless. You can almost feel his divine frustration humming in the air, a low thrum beneath the usual sounds of nature. He'd tried all his usual tricks, bigger feasts, wilder music, even inventing a new, particularly potent strain of grape that made mortals forget their own names for a glorious afternoon. But the sadness, like a stubborn stain, always returned. He knew he needed a novel cure, something entirely different from the temporary oblivion his gifts offered. He needed something that would dig deeper, something that would not just mask the pain, but perhaps, in some strange alchemical way, transform it. He began to conceptualize a new form of communal expression, his mind swirling with images and sounds. He wasn't thinking in terms of grand temples or solemn rituals. No, that was Apollo's domain, all order and measured steps. Dionysus preferred chaos, but creative, purposeful chaos. He envisioned something fluid, something that allowed mortals to tap into their rawest emotions, to unleash the unsaid, and to share burdens they thought were uniquely their own. It was a vague, swirling notion at first, like trying to catch mist in a sieve. Historians still argue whether divine inspiration is a sudden flash or a gradual percolation of ideas, but for Dionysus, it felt like both, a slow burn igniting into a brilliant flame. He wandered through the forest, past bubbling springs and sun-dappled clearings, his usual retinue of satyrs and maenads capering behind him, oblivious to their lord's deep cogitation. They were, bless their chaotic hearts, excellent at revelry, but less so at philosophical inquiry. You might think a god of wine would just snap his fingers and poof, a solution appears. But even gods have their moments of head-scratching. It's a bit like trying to decide what to binge watch when there are too many streaming services. The possibilities are endless, but the right choice eludes you. He started by observing mortals more closely, not just in their moments of joy, but in their ordinary lives, their arguments, their quiet triumphs, their mundane routines. He saw the inherent drama in their everyday existence, the subtle comedies, the quiet tragedies unfolding in every household, every marketplace. It was all there, a vast tapestry of human experience, waiting to be woven into something new. And it struck him, what if they could see these stories, not just hear them recounted by bards, but truly witness them, embodied and alive? His early ideas were, frankly, a mess. He'd try to get a group of villagers to mimic a recent dispute, but they just end up actually arguing again, often louder than before. He'd try to guide them in acting out a heroic myth, and they'd either forget their lines, trip over their own feet, or simply burst into uncontrollable giggles. It was like trying to organize a flock of sheep into a synchronized swimming team. A quirky tidbit of this early phase was Dionysus himself, in disguise, occasionally joining in, only to accidentally turn a prop into a real vine or a costume into living ivy, much to the confusion and mild alarm of the mortals. But Dionysus was persistent. He understood that true art, even divinely inspired art, requires practice and refinement. He began to introduce concepts in subtle ways. He encouraged more expressive movements during his rites, pushing beyond mere dance into gestural storytelling. He prompted mortals to take on the persona of the god they were honoring, to truly feel the essence of that deity. This wasn't about outright deception. It was about immersion, about stepping into another's skin, even for a moment. He saw the flicker of understanding in their eyes, the brief moment where they transcended their own identities. He started small, with simple imitations of animals or natural phenomena. Be the rustling wind, he'd whisper, or become the bounding deer. Then he moved to human archetypes, the grumpy elder, the lovelorn maiden, the boastful warrior. He saw how, even in these rudimentary exercises, a peculiar kind of magic began to unfold. The mortals, in embodying these roles, seemed to shed their own inhibitions, their own sadness, replaced by the temporary identity they adopted. It was a safe space to explore emotions, to express feelings that might be deemed inappropriate or too vulnerable in their daily lives. He was, unwittingly, setting the stage for what would become a revolution in human emotional processing. He was envisioning a space where empathy could be practiced, where shared experiences could be felt, and where perhaps, for a few precious hours, the weight of being human could be lifted not by forgetting but by feeling. Dionysus, now fueled by this emerging vision, began to put his ideas into practice, though practice here might be a generous term for what initially unfolded. You witnessed Dionysus's initial crude attempt to guide mortals in mimicking life stories, and honestly, it's a bit of a chaotic spectacle. Imagine trying to direct a flock of geese in a ballet. That's roughly the level of coordinated artistry you're looking at in these early stages. He'd gather a group of villagers in a secluded grove, a place usually reserved for hushed prayers or perhaps a quiet picnic, and try to get them to, well, act. His instructions were often, shall we say, less than clear, as divine inspiration doesn't always translate perfectly into mortal stage directions. Feel the joy, he'd exhort, sweeping his arm dramatically, causing a nearby vine to spontaneously flower. Or embody the sorrow of a lost harvest, and a cloud would momentarily pass over the sun, just to underscore the point. The mortals, bless their earnest hearts, would try their best, but the results were mostly a combination of genuine confusion and awkward flailing. One farmer, told to portray a mighty warrior, ended up looking more like he was trying to shoe a particularly persistent goat. It was a comedy of errors, really like an improv class where no one quite understood the rules. He'd start with simple scenarios. You are a traveler, weary from your journey, seeking water. The villagers would trudge about, looking genuinely parched, which, to be fair, they probably were after being dragged out by a god for an impromptu acting lesson. But then Dionysus would add, now you find the spring, react. And some would just stare blankly. Others would make exaggerated gulping noises. And one particularly enthusiastic woman once tried to actually drink from a non-existent puddle, much to the amusement of the satyrs hiding in the trees. This led to a quirky tidbit. The earliest props often emerged spontaneously, like a branch turning into a staff or a rock into a stool, only to revert to its original form once the scene ended, causing much head-scratching among the less perceptive participants. Historians still argue whether these initial guided performances were truly distinct from traditional religious rituals or merely an extension of them. Were they worship or something new entirely? For Dionysus, it was a subtle but crucial shift. He wasn't asking them to worship a god by enacting a myth. He was asking them to become a character, to step outside themselves and explore the human condition from a new perspective. He wanted them to feel the emotions of the character, not just a reverence for deity. He continued to refine his methods. He noticed that repetition, even awkward repetition, helped. He started to encourage certain vocalizations, specific gestures that conveyed meaning. This is how a king walks, he'd demonstrate, taking on a regal, albeit slightly tipsy, stride that made his golden goblet shimmer. This is a lament of a heartbroken mother, and his face would momentarily contort in a mask of profound sadness, making even the most jaded satyr pause. He was teaching them a new language, a language of the body and voice that could speak directly to the soul. The confusion among the mortals was palpable. Why were they doing this? It wasn't farming, it wasn't feasting, it wasn't even a proper sacrifice. It was playing, but with a seriousness that felt both strange and compelling. One old fisherman, a man usually stoic and reserved, was asked to portray a boastful young warrior celebrating a victory. Initially hesitant, he eventually threw himself in the role with such unexpected vigor, puffing out his chest and miming sword swings, that the other villagers roared with laughter. It was a genuine, unburdened laughter that Dionysus hadn't heard in ages, a sound like wind chimes after a long silence. And the fisherman, after his performance, stood a little taller, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He hadn't forgotten his daily struggles, but for a moment he had transcended them. Dionysus saw this flicker of transformation, this momentary release, and knew he was on the right track. It wasn't about erasing sadness, but about offering a channel for it, a way to experience it safely, collectively, and ultimately to move through it. He was laying the foundation for an art form that would allow mortals to witness their own struggles and triumphs reflected back at them, not as individual burdens, but as universal experiences. He was teaching them how to play act their way to profound emotional understanding, proving that sometimes the best way to deal with life's heavy stuff is to pretend you're someone else for a bit. As Dionysus continued his divine directorial debut, the boisterous satyrs and maenads, his ever-present retinue, unwittingly became his most spirited, if chaotic, assistants. You're watching them now, a swirling, laughing, sometimes stumbling, mass of energy. They leap, they cavort, they chase each other to the grapevines, their unbridled enthusiasm often tripping up the more earnest mortal performers. It's like try hold a serious meeting while a toddler's birthday party rages in the next room, distracting but also undeniably full of life. Their chaotic energy, far from hindering Dionysus, surprisingly began shaping his early ideas about this burgeoning art form. These creatures, half man and half goat, with their mischievous grins and boundless appetites, were already masters of improvisation. Their lives were a constant performance of impulse and desire. When Dionysus tried to get the mortals to mimic a chase scene, the satyrs would burst from the bushes, truly chasing them, not maliciously, but with such playful abandon that the fear and exhilaration on the mortals' faces were genuinely authentic. This unscripted spontaneity, this raw, unfiltered emotion struck a chord with Dionysus. He realized that the essence of what he was trying to create wasn't about perfect replication, but about authentic feeling, about tapping into something primal. Historians still argue whether the earliest forms of Greek drama truly emerged from these wild, ecstatic dithyrambic rituals. But watching the satyrs, you can see the undeniable link. The maenads, too, contributed their own unique brand of spirited shenanigans. In their wine-fueled ecstasies, they would often recount myths and legends, embodying the characters with fervor that bordered on possession. Their voices would rise and fall in dramatic crescendos, their movements weaving tales in the air. One maenad, while recounting the sorrow of Ariadne abandoned by Theseus, wept real tears, her grief so palpable that a few mortal women in the audience began to quietly sob along. It was a powerful, if accidental, demonstration of shared emotion, a collective empathy that Dionysus keenly observed. This was a quirky tidbit. Sometimes a satyr, bored with a particularly long monologue, would sneak up and steal a performer's sandal, forcing them to improvise their lines while hopping on one foot, much to Dionysus's secret amusement. Dionysus began to understand that the play didn't have to be perfectly rehearsed or intellectually profound in these nascent stages. It needed to be felt. The satyrs and maenads, in their uninhibited state, provided a living blueprint for the kind of emotional freedom he wanted mortals to experience. They weren't acting, they were being. And in that raw being, there was a truth that transcended the everyday constraints of mortal life. It was a truth often messy, sometimes scandalous, and always entertaining, like watching a toddler discover chocolate for the first time. Pure, unadulterated joy and a bit of a mess. He started incorporating their free-form energy into his lessons. Instead of rigid instructions, he'd give broader themes. Show me anger, or express deep love. The mortals no longer try to remember exact lines or precise movements, began to loosen up. They saw the satyrs and maenads, unconcerned with judgment, throwing themselves into their roles with abandon. This encouraged a similar daring in the humans. A shy maiden might, for a moment, embody the bold swagger of a hero, or a gruff warrior might explore the tenderness of a grieving father. The sacred groves, once peaceful sanctuaries, now echoed with cacophony of sound. Improvised cries of joy, shouts of mock battle, mournful wails, and the ever-present, sometimes off-key, musical accompaniment from a satyr's pipes. It was loud, it was messy, and it was glorious. Dionysus, sitting on a mossy bank, a small smile playing on his lips, watched it all unfold. He saw the genuine smiles, the liberated laughter, the shared tears that welled up not from personal sorrow, but from a communal experience of emotion. The heavy cloak of sadness that had weighed on humanity seemed to lift, if only momentarily, in these wild, uninhibited performances. The god recognized that this wasn't just about entertainment. It was about release. It was about creating a space where mortals could externalize their internal world, where they could safely explore the spectrum of human emotion without consequence. It was like a pressure valve for the soul. And it was these rowdy, unpredictable creatures of the wild that were inadvertently helping him forge the very first tools of this emotional alchemy. They were teaching him, in their own chaotic way, that the path to healing sadness might just lie in embracing the glorious, messy, often ridiculous truth of human experience, then amplifying for all to see. From the boisterous, uninhibited chaos of the satyrs and maenads, a subtle yet profound shift began to occur. You're witnessing the precise moment when raw, ecstatic religious rites start to morph into structured impersonations, blurring the lines between worship and play. It's like watching clay on a potter's wheel, initially formless, then gradually taking on a deliberate shape under the guiding hands of Dionysus. The god, having observed the raw power of uninhibited expression, began to gently steer his followers, both mortal and immortal, towards something more defined. No longer was it merely about spontaneous mimicry or wine-fueled revelry. Dionysus started to introduce elements of intention and narrative. He encouraged specific individuals to embody a myth, not just react to it. For instance, instead of everyone simply mourning a lost hero, one person would step forward and become the grieving mother, enacting her sorrow with a focus that drew all eyes. This focus created a shared experience that was deeper than simple observation. It was an invitation to collective empathy. This mainstream historical fact, the evolution of dithyrambs, choral hymns to Dionysus, into early forms of drama, is precisely what you are seeing unfold. The transition was gradual, almost imperceptible to the participants themselves. One moment, they were dancing in a circle, chanting praises to Dionysus. The next, they found themselves subtly taking on roles, responding to each other's gestures and cries, as if they were characters in a story. It was a fascinating blend of sacred devotion and nascent performance. The act of imitation began to gain a new significance. It wasn't just about honoring the gods by reenacting their deeds. It was about understanding the human condition reflected within those divine narratives. Dionysus would subtly prompt them. What would Persephone feel, trapped in the underworld? He might whisper to a Maenad, whose subsequent dance of longing and despair would send shivers through the onlookers. How would Zeus thunder, witnessing betrayal? He'd challenge a satyr, who would then puff himself up and bellow with surprising conviction, shaking the very leaves on the trees. This led to a quirky tidbit. Some of the earliest scripts weren't written down at all, but were simply a series of verbal cues or even rhythmic claps from Dionysus himself, guiding performers through emotional beats. It was less like a play and more like a very intense game of divine charades. Historians still argue whether the concept of individual actors truly emerged from the leader of the dithyrambic chorus, or it was a more spontaneous development within these evolving rituals. But here you see the seeds being sown. Someone would take the lead, embodying a particular character, while others formed a responsive chorus, reacting to the central figure's actions and words. The focus shifted from the collective frenzy to the individual's portrayal within the collective experience. It was like moving from a mosh pit to a carefully choreographed dance, where everyone still participates, but some are clearly leading the steps. The power of stepping into a role became evident. When a mortal took on the guise of a hero facing a terrible fate, their own everyday anxieties seemed to dissipate, replaced by the grander, more universal anxieties of the character. It was a peculiar kind of therapy, a way to process fear, grief, and joy through a lens that wasn't their own. They could experience profound emotions without being overwhelmed by them, knowing that when the performance ended, they could shed the character and return to their own lives, perhaps a little lighter. Dionysus watched as the expressions on their faces changed. The initial confusion gave way to concentration, then to genuine emotion, and finally, to a kind of exhilarated exhaustion. The sacred grove, once a place of pure, unadulterated ecstasy, now felt charged with something more complex. The tension of drama, the pathos of tragedy, and the lightness of burgeoning comedy. He saw glimpses of true art being born from ritual, a potent new concoction brewed from human emotion and divine guidance. The transformation was underway, from wild abandon to deliberate embodiment, paving the way for stages, scripts, and an entirely new way for humanity to face its own sadness, not by ignoring it, but by performing it. News, even divine news, travels fast on Olympus. Apollo, the radiant god of music, poetry, light, healing, and order, began to observe Dionysus' unconventional project. You can almost picture him, perched on a sun-drenched cloud, his golden lyre resting beside him, his brow subtly furrowed. Apollo, ever the stickler for precision and harmony, viewed Dionysus' latest endeavor with a mixture of skepticism and a simmering intellectual intrigue. It was so on Apollonian, where Apollo favored clear lines, reasoned discourse, and well-defined forms. Dionysus was embracing the messy, the ecstatic, the emotionally raw. It was like watching a meticulously organized library suddenly host an impromptu dance party. Apollo watched as the early performances unfolded in the groves. He saw the chaotic energy of the satyrs and the maenads, the earnest, if clumsy, attempt of the mortals to embody emotions and stories. He heard the strange blend of wails, laughter, and chanting that echoed through the valleys. His initial reaction was probably a polite divine shudder. What in Hades is my half-brother up to now? You can almost hear him muse. Is he trying to invent a new form of public chaos? Did we already perfect public speaking? Historians still argue whether the perceived rivalry between Dionysus and Apollo was a genuine divine conflict or a philosophical construct representing opposing forces in human nature. But from Apollo's perspective, this was certainly a divergence from a classical playbook. Yet, despite his inherent preference for order, Apollo couldn't deny the peculiar effect Dionysus' activities were having on the mortals. He saw the release, the genuine emotional purging, even amidst the awkwardness. He noticed how, after a particularly impassioned scene, the participants seemed lighter, their usual burdens momentarily lifted. It was a peculiar kind of healing, one that didn't involve the usual salves and incantations of his own healing arts, but seemed to work on the soul itself. This was a quirky tidbit. Apollo, despite his misgivings, was reportedly so captivated by one particularly dramatic portrayal of the hero's despair that he accidentally plucked a discordant note on his lyre, much to the surprise of his muses. He observed a group of villagers, typically burdened by daily toils, enacting a scene of great triumph, a mythical battle won, a monster slain. As they mimicked the heroic feats, a genuine sense of pride and exhilaration seemed to emanate from them. Their chests swelled, their voices rang with unexpected power, and their eyes showed a light that went beyond mere imitation. It was as if, by stepping into the role of the victorious, they momentarily became victorious in their own spirits. Apollo, the god of truth, recognized profound truth in this pretense. It was a form of self-actualization through imagination. Apollo might have initially dismissed it as another one of Dionysus's fleeting fads. Like that time he convinced everyone that grapes could spontaneously ferment in their own stomachs, which, thankfully, didn't catch on. But this was different. This had a deeper resonance. It engaged a human mind, heart, and spirit in a way that mere revelry, however joyful, did not. He saw the nascent structure emerging from the chaos, the beginnings of narrative arcs, character development, and emotional beats. It wasn't just random expression. It was becoming a story. He noticed the emergence of a leader in these performances, a single individual who would step forward and take on the primary role, guiding the narrative with their words and actions, while others responded. This first actor, as he would eventually be known, was a pivotal development that caught Apollo's attention. It suggested a form, a discipline that even he, with his love for classical forms, could appreciate. It was still raw, still untamed, but the outlines of something powerful were beginning to show. Apollo, ever the pragmatist, recognized potential. If this strange Dionysian play could genuinely alleviate human suffering, then perhaps it had its place. It was a chaotic force, yes, but one that seemed to channel human emotion rather than merely unleash it. He began to see that his own domain of order and Dionysus' realm of ecstasy weren't necessarily at odds, but could, in fact, complement each other. The structure he championed could provide the framework, while Dionysus' liberating energy could provide the soul. The interplay between these two seemingly opposing forces, the Apollonian and the Dionysian, was beginning to find its first, most profound expression in the nascent art of theater. And as the sun dipped lower, casting long, golden shadows across the grove, Apollo continued to watch, his initial skepticism slowly giving way to a curious, almost grudging respect. The sun begins to set, casting long, shifting shadows across the grove, and with the fading light, Dionysus unveils his next, most transformative innovation, the mask. You discover profound effect of these first masks, simple though they are, allowing mortals to shed their everyday identities and embody new emotions with an astonishing freedom. Up until now, the villagers were still recognizably themselves, just acting, but the mask changed everything. It was a physical barrier, a true portal to another self. These weren't the elaborate, painted masks you might imagine from later Greek theater. No, these were rudimentary, crafted from bark, hardened clay, or perhaps even stretched animal hide, with simple holes for eyes and mouth. Some were painted with broad, exaggerated features, a wide, joyful grin, a downturned, sorrowful mouth, eyes wide with terror or narrowed in anger. The very first one might have just been a leaf held over a face, its shadow distorting features. This seemingly simple addition held immense power. It liberated the wearer from the burden of their own identity, their own self-consciousness. It It was like putting on a superhero costume. Suddenly, you're not just you anymore, you're capable of anything. Dionysus demonstrated its use. He took a plain mask, a neutral expression, and held it to a hesitant farmer's face. "Now," he commanded, "you are the king of Argos, mighty and proud." The farmer, usually hunched from labor, visibly straightened. His voice, typically a mumble, gained a surprising resonance behind the mask. He wasn't just playing a king. For those moments, he was a king. The mask allowed him to shed the anxieties of his farm, his family, his daily grind, and step into a different reality entirely. It was a truly quirky tidbit that some early masks were so crudely made, they occasionally fell apart mid-performance, forcing the actor into an unplanned, comical reveal, much to the audience's delight. Historians still argue whether the invention of the mask in Greek drama was purely ritualistic in origin, or also served practical purposes like amplification of sound, or enabling multiple roles for a single actor. But watching it unfold here, you understand its psychological impact. With their own faces obscured, the mortals felt emboldened. The fear of judgment, the shyness, the self-doubt that often stifled their expressions in daily life, all seemed to vanish behind the anonymity of the painted visage. They could wail with grief, roar with rage, or burst into uninhibited laughter without feeling exposed. The mask became a conduit for pure, unadulterated emotion. You see a young woman, typically demure and soft-spoken, don a mask depicting a vengeful goddess. Her posture changes, her gestures become grander, her voice booms with an authority that chills you. She is no longer the shy village girl. She is the embodiment of divine fury. And when she removes a mask, she returns to herself, perhaps a little shaken, but undeniably changed, as if she has just explored a hidden corner of her own soul. This was a mainstream historical fact. Masks were central to ancient Greek theater, worn by all performers, signaling character, gender, and emotion to large audiences. The audience, too, experienced a profound effect. Without the distracting familiarities of the actors' faces, they could focus entirely on the emotion, the narrative, and the universal human experience being portrayed. The mask wasn't meant to conceal. It was meant to reveal something deeper, something archetypal. It amplified the emotion, making it larger than life, a reflection of the shared human condition rather than an individual's plight. It's like watching a movie where the actors are so good, you forget they're even actors. Dionysus watched, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. This was it. This was the key. The mask was not merely a prop. It was a psychological tool, a bridge between the mortal self and the myriad possibilities of human experience. It allowed for profound empathy, both for the performer who could explore emotions safely, and for the audience who could witness those emotions in a universalized form. The sadness that clung to humanity, the individual burdens they carried, could now be projected onto these masked figures, processed collectively and perhaps diffused. The grove, once filled with awkward imitation, now buzzed with nascent, powerful form of storytelling, transforming both performer and observer. With the mask now a powerful conduit for expression, the next crucial element began to solidify. The chorus. You're now witnessing the genesis of this collective voice, a group uniting their voices to create a powerful resonance that amplifies shared feelings and narratives. It's no longer just individual actors behind masks, but collective body, moving and speaking as one, that truly distinguishes this emerging art form. Initially, The chorus was less a unified voice and more a crowd of onlookers reacting to the main actor. But Dionysus, ever the orchestrator, saw the potential for something more profound. He began to guide them, not just to watch, but to respond. He encouraged them to mimic the actors' emotions, to echo their laments, to celebrate their triumphs. Imagine a wave building in the ocean. That's how the chorus started, a swelling of collective emotion. This transformation of the informal audience into an active, integral part of the performance is a mainstream historical fact, central to early Greek drama. He taught them rhythmic chanting, simple melodies, and synchronized movements. They became a living backdrop, a sounding board for the main narrative. When the masked actor portrayed a hero's despair, the chorus would groan in unison, a low, resonant sound that seemed to pull the sorrow right out of the air and give physical presence. When the actor rejoiced, the chorus would erupt in joyous shouts and celebratory dances, their collective energy lifting the spirits of everyone present. It was a remarkable demonstration of how shared experience can amplify feeling, making it larger than any individual could contain. The chorus provided context, commentary, and often the moral compass of a story. They could represent the elders of a city, a group of citizens, or even abstract concepts like destiny or divine judgment. Their presence allowed the audience to connect more deeply with the narrative, as if the story wasn't just happening to the actors, but through the collective voice of humanity itself. It was like having a very opinionated, yet perfectly synchronized Greek peanut gallery. A quirky tidbit from these early days was the challenge of keeping the satyrs in the chorus from breaking character. While the mortals earnestly chanted about fate, a satyr might spontaneously decide to add a very undignified belch, or start chasing a particularly interesting butterfly. Dionysus, with a sigh that only gods can manage, often had to subtly redirect their exuberant energy back into the collective, sometimes by simply sending a sudden gust of wind to tickle their noses. Historians still argue whether the chorus's role was primarily to represent the ideal spectator, providing a moral framework, or if it was meant to be an active participant in the drama, influencing the plot. But observing them here, you see their undeniable power as a vessel for collective emotion. When the chorus spoke, it wasn't just a group of individuals. It was a voice of the community, expressing shared fears, hopes, and anxieties. This made the stories resonate on a much deeper level, transcending personal woes and touching upon universal truths. The combined effect of the masked actor and the responsive chorus was intoxicating. The air in the grove crackled with energy far more potent than any wine-fueled revelry. Sadness, when portrayed on this communal canvas and echoed by the chorus, became less of an isolating burden and more of a shared experience. Grief was acknowledged, not just endured. Joy was magnified, not just celebrated. It was a cleansing fire, burning away individual pain by transforming it into a collective outpouring. Dionysus, ever the quiet observer now, saw his vision truly taking shape. The masks allowed individuals to explore, and the chorus allowed the community to feel and process together. This symbiotic relationship was the beating heart of this new art form, forging connections, building empathy, and offering profound release from the quiet despair that had haunted humanity. The groans of sorrow from the chorus mingled with the whispers of the wind, and in that ancient grove, the very first theater truly began to breathe. Despite the incredible breakthroughs with masks and the emerging chorus, the path to perfected dramatic performance was far from smooth. You're now encountering the inevitable comedic mishaps and initial awkwardness as mortals grapple with this entirely new concept of sustained performance. It was less like a polished stage play and more like a very ambitious community theater production, where everyone was still figuring out their lines, their cues, and which way was stage left. One common issue was the wandering actor. Someone portraying a tragic hero might, in a moment of deep introspection, simply wander off into the olive trees, lost in thought, or perhaps just looking for a snack. The chorus would then have to subtly shift their positions to follow them, often tripping over each other in the process. It was like trying to keep track of a squirrel with a dramatic monologue. Dionysus would often have to send a gentle, unseen nudge of wind to guide them back, or perhaps a particularly persistent bee to remind them of their dramatic duties. Another delightful challenge was vocal projection. In the open-air groves, voices tended to get lost. Some actors would shout themselves hoarse, while others, accustomed to quiet village chatter, would barely whisper their lines, leaving the chorus squinting and cupping their ears. A particularly humorous incident involved an actor portraying a mighty king who, in an attempt to sound powerful, accidentally swallowed a fly mid-sentence, leading to a fit of coughing that completely broke the dramatic tension. This quirky tidbit was apparently so memorable that it became an early inside joke among the performers. Historians still argue whether the concept of a dedicated director beyond the lead performer truly existed in early Greek theater, or the whole process was more collaborative and organic. But here, you see Dionysus playing a very hands-on, albeit subtle directorial role, guiding from the ethereal sidelines. He'd use unseen current of air to rustle leaves as a cue, or shift the scent of the breeze to indicate a change in mood. Memorization was naturally a hurdle, while early narratives were simpler, relying on improvisation within a framework. As the stories grew more complex, so did the demands on performers. You'd see actors pausing mid-soliloquy, their masked faces revealing nothing, but their body language radiating pure panic as they try to recall the next line. The chorus would sometimes try to subtly feed them cues, whispering lines that would then be echoed, slightly off-key, by the main actor. It was a bit like a live-action version of Whose Line Is It Anyway?, but with more goats. Despite the awkwardness, there was an infectious charm to these early performances. The audience, still quite new to the concept, often laughed at the unintentional humor, but also deeply appreciated the raw effort and the genuine emotion that shone through. The mishaps didn't detract from the experience. In a strange way, they made it more human, more relatable. It proved that perfection wasn't the goal. Connection was. Dionysus, ever patient, understood that mastery came with practice. He encouraged them, celebrated their small victories, and gently guided them through their missteps. He saw the potential beneath the clumsiness, the genuine desire to connect and express. The tears shed by a masked performer, even if their movements were a little stiff, were real tears. The laughter that erupted from the audience, even if prompted by an accidental pratfall, was genuine laughter. The grove, once a sacred space for revelry, was slowly transforming into a sacred space for storytelling, a place where humanity's foibles and triumphs were put on display, not for ridicule, but for understanding. These early thespian troubles were merely the growing pains of a magnificent new art form, proving that even divine inspiration sometimes needs a few dozen awkward rehearsals to truly find its footing. The increasing sophistication of these performances, even with their charming mishaps, soon demanded more than the shifting shade of an olive grove. You can sense the burgeoning art form yearning for a dedicated space, a fixed point where these powerful narratives could truly unfold. This yearning led directly to construction of rudimentary amphitheaters. Simple at first, but revolutionary in their purpose. It's like moving from playing music in your garage to building a concert hall. Initially, a natural hollow in the hillside would suffice. The audience would gather on the sloping ground, looking down upon a flat, circular area where the masked actors and chorus would perform. The acoustics of such natural formations were often surprisingly good, carrying the voices, chants, and wails across the assembled crowd. This natural amphitheater design, utilizing the contours of the land, is a mainstream historical fact about the very first performance spaces in ancient Greece. Dionysus, while not directly wielding a pickaxe or directing stonemasons, subtly inspired the mortals. He perhaps made a particular patch of ground feel exceptionally resonant, or caused a gentle breeze to carry the sound of a performer's voice just a little further. Mortals, noticing these advantages, began to consciously shape these natural spaces. They clear away rocks, level the central area, and perhaps even arrange large stones for more distinguished audience members. It wasn't formal architecture yet, but it was the start of something monumental. You observe the sheer effort involved. Villagers, usually focused on farming and fishing, now dedicated hours to shaping these communal spaces. They weren't building temples to a specific god, not in the traditional sense. They were building a place of themselves, a place to gather and experience these new stories. There was a sense of collective ownership, of contributing to something that benefited everyone's spirit, not just their physical needs. It was a shared investment in curing the sadness Dionysus had first observed. A quirky tidbit from this period involves the challenges of early stage management. Without proper backstage areas, actors often had to make dramatic entrances by simply bursting from behind a convenient large rock or a particularly dense thicket of bushes. Sometimes a satyr, still not entirely clear on the concept of offstage, might accidentally wander into a dramatic scene, looking for stray grapes, much to the exasperation of the masked performers. Imagine a solemn tragedy interrupted by a goat man munching loudly on berries. Historians still argue whether the circular orchestra area of the Greek theater was primarily derived from the circular dance spaces of early rituals or from the threshing floors used for grain. But watching these early iterations, you see the practical benefits of the circle. It allowed for a central focus and ensured that no matter where an audience member sat on a hillside, they had a decent view of the action. It fostered a sense of communal participation rather than just passive viewing. As the performances grew more popular and frequent, these spaces became more permanent. Simple wooden benches might be added for comfort, or small altars erected in the center of the circular area, often dedicated to Dionysus himself, acknowledging his role in this wondrous invention. The acoustics continue to be a marvel, a testament to both clever design and perhaps a touch of divine favor. A whispered lament from a masked figure could be heard by hundreds, and a joyous chorus would swell to fill the entire natural arena. This shift from the transient grove to the more permanent amphitheater marked a significant step in the evolution of theater. It signaled that this wasn't just a fleeting pastime. It was becoming an established institution, a vital part of communal life. The physical space itself became imbued with a new kind of sacredness, a place where human stories, both tragic and comedic, could be elevated and shared. It was a tangible testament to the healing power of shared narrative, proving that sometimes You just need a really good stage to work through your issues. As the rudimentary amphitheaters solidified their place in the landscape, providing dedicated spaces for this nascent art, one city, above all others, began to truly embrace the spectacle: Athens. You can almost feel the intellectual buzz emanating from this bustling polis, a city ripe with curiosity and a penchant for philosophical inquiry. Athens, with its vibrant intellectual curiosity and democratic spirit, became a fertile ground for the formal development of both tragic and comedic plays, pushing Dionysus' invention far beyond its initial rustic origins. This city, unlike the scattered villages of earlier days, had the resources, the population, and most importantly, the collective mindset to elevate these performances to a new level. The Athenians were already accustomed to public discourse, debates, and grand civic events. The idea of gathering to witness a story, presented with increasing artistry, resonated deeply with their communal ethos. It was like a small-town open mic night evolving into Broadway. This evolution, with Athens becoming the cradle of Western theater, is a widely acknowledged mainstream historical fact. Under the Athenian sky, the simple, cathartic rituals began to take on more complex structures. Playwrights emerged, individuals who meticulously crafted narratives, sharpened dialogue, and honed character arcs. Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, these names, though distant echoes to you now, were the rock stars of their day, each vying to outdo the last with tales of gods, heroes, and the relentless hand of fate. Their tragedies explored universal themes of justice, destiny, and human suffering, providing a profound mirror for the Athenian citizens. Dionysus, ever the patron, smiled upon this development. He saw his gift, born from a desire to alleviate sadness, being refined into a powerful tool for civic and moral education. The plays weren't just entertainment. They were examinations of what it meant to be human, what it meant to live in a just society, what it meant to grapple with impossible choices. It was a rigorous workout for the soul, making your brain feel like it just ran a marathon, but in a good way. The comedic plays also flourished. Aristophanes, with his sharp wit and often outrageous satire, held up a hilarious yet pointed mirror to Athenian society, lampooning politicians, philosophers, and even other playwrights. Laughter, Dionysus knew, was just as vital as tears in the healing process. It was a release, a moment of shared joy that reminded mortals of their collective absurdity, making their individual worries seem a little less daunting. A quirky tidbit from this era: actors in comedies would sometimes wear padding to exaggerate their figures, making them appear comically obese or oddly shaped, which must have made for some truly awkward stage falls. Historians still argue whether the Dionysia, the major Athenian festival dedicated to Dionysus, where plays are performed, was primarily a religious event or civic one, or an inextricable blend of both. But you can clearly see the synergy. The performances were deeply spiritual, connected to the god of emotional liberation, but also profoundly civic, engaging the entire populace in shared intellectual and emotional experiences. The grand stone amphitheaters of Athens, now far more elaborate than the initial hillside hollows, became central to the city's life. The seats, carved directly into the rock, could hold thousands, all looking down upon the orchestra where the chorus danced and the actors performed. The sheer scale of these productions was astounding, a testament to the city's commitment to this new art form. The acoustics were so finely tuned that even a whispered line could be heard in the highest rows, a marvel of ancient engineering, and a testament to the importance placed on the spoken word. Under the Athenian sun, bathed in the light of reason and the fire of passion, theater blossomed. It became a communal ritual of profound significance, a place where the individual sadness that had plagued humanity could be transformed into shared understanding, shared laughter, and shared catharsis. Dionysus' initial vision, born from a quiet concern, had found its grandest stage, proving that sometimes all you need is a city full of curious minds to turn a good idea into a timeless art form. As the grand amphitheaters of Athens vibrated with the power of unfolding dramas, a profound phenomenon began to settle over the assembled audiences: the cathartic release. You observe this deep, emotional cleansing experience by thousands of onlookers, a palpable wave of shared feeling that washes over them, releasing them, if only for a time, from their own buried sorrows. It's like a storm clearing, leaving the air fresh and vibrant. You're seated among the throngs, feeling the weight of collective anticipation. As a tragedy unfolds, perhaps the tale of Oedipus Rex grappling with his terrible fate, you witness the raw emotion portrayed by the masked actors. The chorus laments a hero's downfall, their synchronized movements and mournful chants pulling at your very core. You feel the fear, the pity, the terror, not just as abstract concepts, but as visceral experiences. This emotional purging, known as catharsis, is a central concept in Aristotle's analysis of tragedy and a mainstream historical fact about the intended effect of Greek drama. As the play reaches its climax, a powerful current of shared feeling flows through the audience. A gasp here, a quiet sob there, then a collective sigh as the inevitable conclusion is reached. It's a strange thing, isn't it, to experience such profound sadness or terror, not from your own life, but from a story, and yet find it deeply liberating. It's almost as if by witnessing the extreme suffering of a fictional character, your own lesser pains become more manageable, more understandable. It's like when you see someone else drop their entire ice cream cone on the sidewalk, and suddenly your own small problems don't feel so overwhelming. Dionysus, ever present though unseen, watches this emotional alchemy. He sees the tears fall, not tears of despair, but tears of understanding, of shared humanity. He sees the tension in shoulders loosen, the lines of worry on faces soften. The very air in the theater feels lighter after a particularly powerful performance, charged with a quiet relief. This was the true cure for sadness he had sought, not forgetting, but deeply, collectively feeling and then letting go. A quirky tidbit from these performances was the occasional cry counter. While not formally recorded, word of mouth might spread about a particularly moving play that caused more tears than any other. Playwrights might even subtly compete for this dubious honor, aiming for maximum emotional impact. Imagine the buzz. Did you hear? Euripides' new play made even the stone statues weep. Historians still argue whether catharsis was primarily a medical metaphor, purging harmful emotions, or religious purification. But for the Athenian audience, it was clearly a profound psychological experience. They walked into the theater carrying the weight of their daily lives, worries about war, politics, harvest, personal relationships. They sat for hours, often from sunrise to sunset during the festivals, immersing themselves in stories that reflected the highest highs and lowest lows of human existence. And they emerged not necessarily with solutions to their problems, but with a renewed sense of perspective, a feeling of being connected to a larger human narrative. The theater became a communal confessional, a collective therapy session, a shared dream. It allowed them to explore forbidden emotions, to question societal norms, to confront uncomfortable truths, all within the safe confines of the stage. The mask of the actors meant that the characters were archetypes, universal figures, making it easier for every single audience member to see a piece of themselves or their struggles reflected in the drama. It was a mirror, but a very forgiving one. Dionysus felt a quiet satisfaction. His initial despair over human melancholy had driven him to invent something truly extraordinary. This was more than just a diversion. It was a fundamental shift in how humanity could process its pain. The collective emotional release, the shared experience of tragedy and comedy, provided a unique balm for the soul. The sadness wasn't gone forever, but had been acknowledged, processed, and for a precious few hours, transformed into a communal understanding that bound them together, stronger than any individual could be alone. The echoing applause was not just for performance, but for profound healing offered. From the vibrant heart of Athens, the nascent art form of theater, now a powerful tool for emotional catharsis, began to spread its influence far beyond the city walls. You're now witnessing these echoes through the ages, as Dionysus's gift, born from compassion, began to permeate surrounding cultures and lay groundwork for future traditions. It's like watching ripples from a stone dropped in a pond, expanding outward in ever-widening circles. Word of these magnificent Athenian spectacles traveled along trade routes, carried by merchants, sailors, and wandering scholars. They spoke of the grand amphitheaters, the massed figures, the powerful choruses, and the profound emotional impact the plays. Other city-states, intrigued by the reports of this unique form of communal gathering and spiritual release, began to emulate Athens. First came the smaller Greek colonies, eager to adopt the cultural innovations of a motherland. Then, the idea spread further to the various Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after Alexander the Great, carrying Greek culture into Asia and Africa. You see the construction of new theaters, sometimes grander, sometimes simpler, but all echoing the fundamental design established in Athens. The circular orchestra, the tiered seating, the emphasis on acoustics. Each new theater, whether in the deserts of Egypt or the fertile plains of Italy, was a testament to the enduring power of Dionysus's invention. This widespread adoption and adaptation of Greek theater is a mainstream historical fact, laying the foundation for all subsequent Western dramatic traditions. The plays themselves, initially specific to Athenian myths and politics, began to be translated, adapted, and reinterpreted for new audiences. While the language might change, the universal themes of love, loss, justice, ambition, and fate remain potent, resonating with people across different cultures. A quirky tidbit from this spread was how local deities were sometimes subtly woven into the existing Greek myths when performed in new regions, as if Dionysus' story was always meant to blend with the indigenous spiritual landscape. Imagine a performance of Antigone suddenly featuring a cameo from a local river god. Historians still argue whether the influence of Greek theater was primarily through direct imitation or whether it simply catalyzed existing performative traditions in other cultures, pushing them towards a more structured dramatic form. But regardless of precise mechanism, the impact was undeniable. The Romans, for example, heavily borrowed from Greek dramatic forms, initially translating and adapting Greek plays before developing their own distinct styles of comedy and later tragedy. You might observe a troupe of actors, their masks slightly different, their costumes reflecting local styles, performing a version of familiar Greek tragedy in a new land. The audience, though speaking a different tongue, would still gasp at the climactic moments, shed tears during the laments, and laugh at the comedic relief. The universality of human emotion, magnified by the theatrical form, transcended linguistic and cultural barriers. It proved that sadness, joy, and every feeling in between are shared currencies of the human experience. Dionysus, still observing, felt a quiet pride. His initial mission to cure sadness had led to something far grander, a cultural phenomenon that connected diverse peoples through shared stories. The theater became a melting pot of emotions, a place where strangers could come together and feel deeply, collectively. It fostered empathy on a global scale, making distant sorrows feel closer and personal joys seem more universal. The echoes of his gift continued to reverberate, laying the groundwork for centuries of storytelling. From the grand Roman amphitheaters to the medieval mystery plays, from the Renaissance stages to the modern cinematic screen, the core principles established in those ancient groves and Athenian theaters would endure. The power of narrative, embodied by actors and received by an audience, continued to be a profound way for humanity to understand itself, to process its joys and its profound sorrows, and to connect across time and space. The seed sown by a god seeking to alleviate melancholy had blossomed into an enduring testament to the human spirit. As the sun begins its slow descent over the ancient world, casting long, golden shadows across the burgeoning landscape of amphitheaters and performance spaces, you find Dionysus in a state of quiet contentment. His journey, which began with profound concern for humanity's pervasive sadness, has culminated in a triumph far grander than he might have initially conceived. You observe him now, not in a state of frenzied revelry, but with a serene smile playing on his lips, seeing the transformative power of theater bloom across the land. He stands atop a distant hill overlooking a bustling port city, perhaps Alexandria or Syracuse, where a newly constructed theater gleams in the afternoon light. Below, crowds are gathering for performance, their chatter a lively hum that carries on the breeze. He sees the mass being carefully arrayed backstage, hears the final notes of a rehearsal tune from the chorus, and senses the electric anticipation building in the audience. It's a far cry from the awkward, fumbling attempts in the olive groves. This is a mature art form, refined and powerful. Dionysus reflects on the journey. He had given mortals wine to forget, music to elevate, and madness to liberate. But theater, this magnificent invention, offered something more profound, a way to feel more deeply, to understand more completely, and to connect more profoundly, not by escaping reality, but by confronting it through a lens of shared experience. It was a paradox that only a god of contradictions could have conceived. Historians still argue whether Dionysus' role shifted from a god of pure revelry to a patron of the arts, or if these aspects were always intertwined. But witnessing him now, the evolution feels complete. He observed the plays, the tragedies, with their exploration of human suffering and inevitable fate, teach mortals resilience and empathy. They learn that even the mightiest heroes grapple with pain, and that shared sorrow can be a bonding force. The comedies, with their sharp wit and often absurd situations, provide a vital release, reminding humanity not to take itself too seriously. Laughter, he realized, was just as potent a cure for sadness as cathartic tears. It's like finding out your emotional support animal is actually a stand-up comedian. A quirky tidbit that brings a faint chuckle to Dionysus is the occasional emergence of stage fright even among the most seasoned actors. He'd sometimes see a masked performer moments before their grand entrance, trembling subtly behind a curtain, only to transform into a commanding figure the moment they stepped into the spotlight. It was a reminder of the human vulnerability that theater paradoxically empowered them to transcend. He sees fathers bringing their children, husbands and wives attending together, strangers sitting side by side, all united by the unfolding narrative. The individual worries and anxieties that had once plagued them seemed to dissolve in the face of the larger, universal truths presented on stage. The communal experience of shared emotion forged invisible bonds, creating a stronger, more empathetic society. This was the true magic of theater. It made them feel less alone in their sadness. The theater wasn't just entertainment. It was education, therapy, and a form of spiritual communion all rolled into one. It taught lessons about morality, about civic duty, about the consequences of hubris, and the rewards of compassion. It fostered critical thinking, encouraging audiences to ponder the deeper meanings behind the myths. And it did all this while providing exhilarating entertainment. Dionysus feels a quiet pride swell within him, a satisfaction that transcends his usual boisterous joy. He didn't just invent a new art form. He gave humanity a profound gift, a means to understand themselves and each other better. He helped them to transform their personal burdens into collective experiences, finding solace and understanding in shared stories. The pervasive sadness he had once lamented was still present in the world. But now, humanity had a powerful new tool to navigate it. The landscape below, dotted with the magnificent structures of theater, was a testament to his enduring legacy, a world made just a little bit lighter, one performance at a time. The sun is now fully set, and the ancient amphitheaters across the world are bathed in the soft glow of moonlight or the flickering light of torches, their grand silhouettes standing as enduring testaments. You now ponder the lasting impact of Dionysus' gift, how theater continues to heal and connect humanity through shared stories, far beyond the confines of ancient Greece. It's a legacy that echoes through centuries, reaching even to your own time. Think of how many stories have been told on stages, both grand and humble, since Dionysus first nudged those bewildered mortals into performance. From the towering tragedies of Shakespeare to the vibrant musicals of Broadway, from the intimate performances in local community halls to the global reach of cinema and television, the fundamental act of embodying a narrative for an audience remains a core human experience. This enduring legacy, with its continuous evolution and adaptation across cultures and technologies, is a mainstream historical fact that highlights theater's timeless appeal. The very essence of what Dionysus set out to cure, that pervasive sadness, the isolation of individual suffering, continues to be addressed by dramatic arts. When you watch a powerful play or film, you're still engaging in that same cathartic release the ancient Athenians experienced. You feel the characters' joy, their pain, their struggles, and for a time, your own worries recede as you immerse yourself in their world. It's like a collective meditation, but with more dramatic lighting and occasional dance numbers. A quirky tidbit that Dionysus might find amusing about modern theater is the sheer variety of acting methods, from those who intensely become the character for months on end to those who just try to remember their lines and hit their marks. He'd probably approve of any method that leads to genuine emotional resonance, as long as no actual grapes are harmed in the process. Historians still argue whether the fundamental human need for storytelling is inherent or culturally constructed, but watching the enduring power of theater, it's hard to deny its deep roots in the human psyche. It allows us to process complex emotions, to explore moral dilemmas, to laugh at our own absurdities, and to confront the darkest aspects of our nature in a safe communal space. It builds empathy by allowing us to literally see the world through another's eyes or behind another's mask. Even today, in a world saturated with digital screens and virtual realities, the live performance holds a unique magic. The shared breath in a room, the palpable energy between performers and audience, the unrepeatable spontaneity of each show. These are direct descendants of those first gatherings in Dionysus' grove. The theater reminds us of our shared humanity, transcending differences in opinion, background, or belief for the duration of a story. It's a powerful reminder that while technology changes, the fundamental human need to connect through narrative does not. Dionysus' gift, born from a god's empathy for mortal melancholy, evolved into a timeless art form. It didn't eliminate sadness, for that is an inherent part of the human condition, but it provided a profound and beautiful way to navigate it, to share it, to understand it, and to find solace in a collective experience. It taught humanity that by stepping into another's shoes, even just for an hour or two, they could better understand their own. And in that understanding, there was always a glimmer of hope, a whisper of peace. The stage may have changed from a grove to a magnificent building. The masks may be different. The stories varied. But the healing power of shared narrative, the catharsis of collective emotion, remains as potent as it was millennia ago. And as you drift deeper into slumber, know that the power of stories, born from a God's benevolent concern, continues to weave its magic, connecting us all.